Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The earth whispered secrets beneath Frodo Baggins-Black's fingers as he coaxed seedlings from the rich soil of his garden in the shadowed vale. Unlike other hobbits, who treasured their gardens merely for the vegetables they yielded, Frodo had always sensed something more, a connection to the hidden rhythms of Middle-earth that his neighbors neither felt nor understood. So when his trowel struck something hard that sent a shock of warmth up his arm, he knew he had unearthed more than a troublesome stone. Dawn light spilled across the hills of the Shire as Frodo carefully brushed away the last of the soil. There in his palm lay a stone, unlike any he had ever seen, no larger than a robin's egg, yet heavier than iron, its surface shifting between the deep crimson of forge fire and the pale blue of a winter sky. Within its depths, flames danced and swirled, though the stone remained cool to the touch. "The last flame of the Valar," came a voice from behind him, causing Frodo to nearly drop the peculiar stone. "I had begun to fear it was lost forever." Frodo whirled to find a figure leaning on his garden gate. A man draped in a travel-worn cloak the color of storm clouds, his face half hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. A staff of twisted blackthorn rested in his weathered hand, capped with a crystal that caught the morning light and fractured it into countless colors. "Who are you?" Frodo demanded, instinctively closing his fingers around the stone. "And how did you come to my garden at this hour?" "I am known by many names across the breadth of Middle-earth," the stranger replied, his voice like distant thunder. "But you may call me Mithrandir, though some once named me Palando the Blue." He nodded toward Frodo's closed fist. "And I have been searching for that flame stone since before your grandfather's grandfather drew his first breath." Mistrust flared in Frodo's heart, a peculiar sensation for a hobbit of the Shire where suspicion ran counter to their naturally trusting nature. Yet something in the wizard's eyes, for surely this was a wizard of the ancient order, held both wisdom and regret in equal measure. "What is this stone?" Frodo asked, loosening his grip enough to peer at the dancing flames within. "A remnant of the world's forging," Mithrandir answered, his gaze never leaving the stone. The last embers of the fire that awakened the great drakes in the First Age, preserved by Aule himself before the breaking of Thangorodrim. Before Frodo could question further, a shadow passed overhead, too large for any bird, too silent for thunder. Both hobbit and wizard looked skyward as the shadow wheeled once above the shadowed vale before vanishing eastward. "They know it has awakened," Mithrandir whispered, alarm sharpening his features. "And we must leave at once. The servants of the shadow have long sought the flame to prevent the prophecy's fulfillment." "What prophecy?" Frodo asked, bewilderment giving way to the first stirrings of fear. "I know nothing of prophecies or servants of shadow. I am simply a hobbit with a garden." The wizard's laughter held no mirth. No simple hobbit feels the earth's voice or unearths artifacts of the First Age. Frodo Baggins-Black. "Your lineage was chosen as guardian centuries ago, though the knowledge was lost with your parents' passing." His expression softened. "I knew your mother, Primula. She was to be told of her heritage on her 33rd birthday, but the Brandywine claimed her before that day arrived. Night found them many leagues from the Shire's borders, huddled beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms throughout the long ages of Middle-earth. Frodo clutched the flamestone, which had grown steadily warmer throughout the day's flight, casting enough light now to illuminate their small shelter. "You spoke of a prophecy," Frodo said as they shared a meager supper of hard bread and dried fruit. "And of my family as guardians. I would know the truth of it before we travel further from everything I have known." Mithrandir sighed, the weight of uncounted years settling visibly upon his shoulders. "Bottom, when Morgoth was banished beyond the walls of night, not all of his lieutenants were accounted for. Some, more cunning than their master, hid themselves in the forgotten places of the world, sleeping through the ages, gathering strength for a time when the vigilance of the free peoples would wane. The wizard traced patterns in the earth with his staff, and the soil itself seemed to form images. A mountain range, a slumbering form coiled within, a field of battle. The prophecy speaks of a time when ancient evils will stir again, when neither the strength of men nor the wisdom of elves will prevail. It speaks of the last flame, the fire that both created and can command the great drakes of the north. "Dragons?" Frodo whispered, awe and terror mingling in his voice. "You mean to wake dragons?" "Not I," Mithrandir corrected, his gaze falling meaningfully on Frodo. "Do the flame answers only to its chosen guardian, one whose heart is untouched by lust for power. Throughout the ages, the guardianship has passed through bloodlines least likely to be corrupted by its potential. Hobbits," Frodo realized, "we care little for power or dominion. Indeed, the flame was entrusted to your ancestor Marco Oldbuck when he led your people to the land that would become the Shire. For generations it lay dormant beneath the earth, awaiting the time of greatest need." The wizard's eyes grew distant. "That time, I fear, is now upon us." Their journey eastward took them through lands Frodo had only heard described in the tales of his more adventurous relatives. They skirted the northern boundaries of the old forest, where trees whispered warnings as they passed. They traversed the Weather Hills, where ancient watchtowers stood in silent vigilance against threats long forgotten by mortal memory. Each night, the flamestone grew brighter, and each day Mithrandir's pace grew more urgent. On the 7th day, as they made camp in the shadow of the Etten Moors, Frodo's curiosity finally overcame his hobbitish reserve. "You called yourself Palando the Blue," he said as they huddled near a small, carefully hidden fire. "Yet I thought all the blue wizards were lost in the eastern lands centuries ago." A shadow crossed Mithrandir's face. "Lost, yes, though not in the way the White Council believed. My companion LOTR and I journeyed to the east to counter Sauron's growing influence among the Easterling tribes. But where LOTR sought to fight darkness with light, He paused, regret etching deeper lines around his eyes. "I believed darkness could be fought with its own weapons. I delved into forbidden knowledge, ancient sorceries that corrupted rather than cleansed." "You fell," Frodo whispered, instinctively drawing back. "I strayed," the wizard corrected gently, "but I did not fall completely. When I witnessed what my arts had wrought, entire villages enslaved to my will rather than Sauron's, I broke my staff and renounced my place among the Istari." He gestured to his blackthorn staff. "This is no wizard's staff, but a traveler's walking stick, a reminder of humility. For centuries I have wandered Middle-earth, seeking redemption through service rather than dominion." The revelation should have shaken Frodo's trust. Yet strangely, the wizard's confession only strengthened it. Here was no paragon of virtue like the Gandalf of legend, but a being who understood temptation and had found his way back from its brink, a guide who knew both the path and its pitfalls. As they approached the misty mountains, signs of the growing darkness became impossible to ignore. Villages they passed through told of raids by creatures that moved like living shadow, leaving no tracks but claiming victims whose bodies were found drained of more than blood, drained of vitality itself. The flamestone pulsed in Frodo's keeping as though responding to the proximity of ancient evil. "Oh, what awaits us beyond the mountains?" Frodo asked as they began the ascent to the high pass. "The lonely mountain," Mithrandir replied. "Or rather, what sleeps beneath it? Not Smaug, he was but the last echo of a greater lineage. Beneath the deepest delving of the dwarves lie the ancient halls, where the first drakes were awakened by Morgoth, but then sealed away by Durin himself when he realized what slumbered beneath his kingdom." "And we mean to wake them?" Frodo asked, unable to keep the tremor from his voice. "We mean to offer them choice," the wizard corrected. "Dragons were not created evil, Frodo. They were the children of fire and earth, twisted by Morgoth's malice. The flame you carry contains the original fire of their making. It can remind them of what they were before corruption, if wielded by a heart pure enough to see beyond their fearsome aspect." The high pass proved treacherous, not only from the natural dangers of narrow paths and falling stone, but from the servants of the shadow that haunted their steps. Twice they were ambushed by creatures that seemed woven from darkness itself, their forms constantly shifting, their touch bringing bone-deep cold that lingered long after contact. Only the flamestone's growing radiance kept them at bay long enough for escape. On the eastern slopes, they encountered unexpected allies, a patrol of elves from the recently renamed Erin Lasgallen, the Greenwood restored after Sauron's defeat. Their leader, a captain named Tauriel with hair the color of autumn leaves, greeted Mithrandir with cautious respect. "The stars whisper of ancient awakenings," she told them as they shared a meal in the elves' hidden camp. "Our king has felt the stirring beneath the mountains and sends us to discover its meaning." "The nameless ones awaken," Mithrandir explained grimly. "Those who served neither Morgoth nor Sauron directly, but whose malice predates both. They seek dominion through subtler means than open war, the slow corruption of will and spirit, until all the free peoples are little more than shells, animated by their dark purpose." Tauriel's keen gaze fell on Frodo, noting the outline of the flamestone visible through his waistcoat pocket. "And this halfling carries the means to oppose them. He carries the means to awaken those who might oppose them," the wizard corrected. "Whether they will choose to do so remains to be seen." With the elven patrol as escort, they made swifter progress across the valley of the Anduin and into the foothills of the Lonely Mountain. Yet as they drew nearer to their destination, Frodo found himself plagued by dreams, visions of the Flamestone's power used not to awaken allies, but to forge chains, of dragons not freed from ancient corruption, but bound to a new master's will. Each morning he woke more troubled, the line between the stone's purpose and its potential for misuse growing increasingly blurred. On the eve of their final approach to the sealed gates of the ancient halls, Frodo sought out Mithrandir, where he stood gazing at the stars. "The stone tempts me," the hobbit confessed, shame coloring his words. "Not with power for myself, but with certainty. It whispers that control is safer than choice, that dragons cannot be trusted with freedom." The wizard nodded solemnly. "That is the final test of the Flame's Guardian. The stone reflects your deepest fears and offers what seems the safest path." He placed a gnarled hand on Frodo's shoulder. But safety purchased through dominion is merely another form of the shadow's work. True light offers choice, even at the risk of refusal. The ancient halls lay far beneath the deepest mines of Erebor, accessed through a hidden passage that had been sealed with dwarven runes of warding and enchantment. As Mithrandir worked to unravel these ancient protections, sentinels from the Shadow's forces found them at last, dozens of the darkness-woven creatures, led by a figure whose form was more substantial but no less terrifying. A tall being in armor of midnight hue, whose face beneath his helm was not flesh but swirling void. "The flame-bearer comes too late," the void-faced commander's voice echoed oddly, as though speaking from a great distance. "Even now our kindred awaken throughout the kingdoms of elves and men. Their wills shall bend to our purpose, and a new age of perfect order will dawn. One realm, one mind, one purpose." As the shadow forces surged forward, the elven patrol formed a defensive ring around Frodo and the still-working wizard. Tauriel's blades flashed in the dim light, each stroke precise yet ultimately futile against enemies that seemed to flow around physical attacks like water around stone. The void-faced commander approached Frodo directly, ignoring the defenders as though they were no more than irritating insects. "Give me the flame, halfling, and I shall grant you and your kind a place of honor in the new order. Resist, and the Shire will be the first realm to know our full attention." In that moment of ultimate temptation, with threat leveled against all he held dear, Frodo finally understood the true purpose of the Flame's guardianship. Not to use its power even in the name of good, but to ensure it remained a gift freely given rather than a weapon seized. With sudden clarity, he darted past the commander, evading grasping shadows, and pressed his palm against the sealed doors just as Mithrandir removed the last ward. The ancient stone parted like mist before the flame's radiance, revealing a vast chamber beyond, where enormous forms lay coiled in slumber. Dragons of every hue, their scales dulled by the dust of ages, but still magnificent in their repose. Rather than entering with the flame held high in triumph, Frodo knelt at the threshold and placed the stone upon the ground before him. "I do not come to command," he called into the darkness, his hobbit voice steady despite his racing heart. "I come to offer choice. The shadow rises once more to claim Middle-earth. I bear the fire of awakening, freely given to those who would choose their own path in the coming darkness." For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then ancient eyes began to open throughout the vast chamber, eyes of amber and emerald, sapphire and ruby, each pair holding the wisdom and memory of ages long past. The largest of the dragons, its scales the deep crimson of sunset, raised its massive head and regarded Frodo with eyes that reflected the flame's light. "A small one brings the first fire," the dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder, "neither to command nor compel, but to offer. Such has not been the way of the two-legged ones in all our long memory." Behind Frodo, the void-faced commander laughed, a sound like wind through empty crypts. "Ah, the dragons will destroy you, foolish halfling, and then all you love. Their nature is destruction, their loyalty given only to power." "No," Frodo replied, never taking his eyes from the great crimson drake. "Their nature was fire and creation before Morgoth's corruption. I offer them the chance to remember who they were before the shadow claimed them." The great dragon extended one massive talon and Term, with delicacy that belied its size, lifted the flamestone. As it touched the drake's scales, the stone pulsed once and then shattered, its inner fire spreading across the dragon's form like liquid light, illuminating veins and sinews from within. The dragon roared, not in pain but in what could only be described as remembrance, a sound that shook the very foundations of the mountain. Throughout the chamber, the other dragons stirred as the light spread from one to another, a web of awakening memory connecting them all. Their scales brightened, casting the cavern in rainbow hues as dust fell away from ancient wings that began to unfurl for the first time in millennia. The void-faced commander and his shadow warriors retreated before this growing radiance, their forms seeming to thin and dissipate where the dragon's renewed light touched them. "This means nothing," the commander snarled, though his voice had lost its resonant power. "The free peoples will still fall before our might." The crimson dragon's laugh sent tremors through the stone. "Perhaps. But they will not face you alone." Its massive head swung toward Frodo. "You have given us choice, Flamebearer. We choose to remember what we were before the Dark One's touch. We choose to fly once more beneath the open sky. And we choose to stand against those who would bind the wills of others, as we were once bound." As the void-faced commander fled with his diminished forces, Mithrandir approached Frodo, wonder evident in his aged features. "You have done what the wise feared to attempt," he said softly. "You have trusted where we would have controlled." The elves watched in awe as the dragons emerged one by one from the ancient halls, their wings unfurling to catch the morning light that streamed from the east. The crimson drake paused before Frodo, lowering its massive head until its eye, larger than the hobbit himself, was level with his face. "The debt of awakening is not easily repaid, small one," the dragon rumbled. "What would you ask of us?" Frodo considered for a long moment before answering. "Protect those who cannot protect themselves," he said at last. "And do it not because I command it, but because you choose it." In the days that followed, as reports reached the restored kingdom of Erebor of shadow forces retreating before the unexpected appearance of dragons in the skies of Middle-earth, Frodo began his long journey back to the Shire. He traveled not as he had come, in secrecy and haste, but openly, under the watchful eyes of dragons who had chosen to remember their first purpose as guardians rather than destroyers. And if the good folk of the Shire sometimes glimpsed great winged shapes circling high above their peaceful borders, they soon came to see them not as threats, but as sentinels, reminders that sometimes the greatest power lies not in control, but in the courage to offer freedom, even to those we fear the most. Story 2. The morning sun had barely crested the misty mountains when Peregrine Took Brandybuck witnessed the impossible. In the midst of sketching the eastern boundaries of the Shire, a task that had taken him farther from hobbit comforts than most of his kind would dare venture, the sky darkened with an immense shadow. Pippin, as he was known to friends, froze with his charcoal pencil suspended above the parchment as a creature of legend passed overhead. A dragon, its scales gleaming like burnished copper in the dawn light, each wing beat sending gusts of wind that bent the tall grasses around him. But it was what the dragon clutched in its massive talons that caused Pippin's breath to catch, a crown that blazed with inner fire, its metal seeming to shift between gold, silver, and something else entirely, something not of this world. Even at this distance, ancient runes etched along its circumference pulsed with azure light. "The crown of Durin," Pippin whispered, recalling tales his grandfather had told, stories most hobbits dismissed as flights of fancy. The elderly hobbit had once served as cartographer to a company of dwarves, mapping forgotten passages beneath the lonely mountain. As the dragon, Scathalor, if the legends held true, vanished beyond the horizon, Pippin felt something stir within him that no respectable hobbit should feel, a longing for adventure, a need to follow. His fingers trembled as he carefully rolled his maps and packed his satchel. The comfort of his hobbit hole in Tuckborough beckoned, promising warm hearths and well-stocked pantries, but the memory of that crown pulled stronger. "Grandfather wouldn't have turned back," he muttered, shouldering his pack, "and neither shall I." The first 3 days of pursuit led Pippin across lands familiar enough to his cartographer's eye. The rolling hills that marked the eastern boundaries of the Shire, the Weather Hills with their ancient watchtowers now crumbling to ruin. But on the 4th day, as he made camp in the shadow of a standing stone carved with symbols no scholar in the Shire could have interpreted, his solitary journey was interrupted. "Peculiar place for a halfling to make camp," rumbled a voice deep as stone, particularly one traveling alone. From the gathering dusk emerged a dwarf, his beard braided with silver clasps, bearing the emblem of a mountain peak split by lightning. His armor, once fine, showed the marks of hard travel and harder battles. Most striking were his eyes, one blue as sapphire, the other milky white, bisected by a scar that continued across his weathered face. "Thorin Stoneshield," the dwarf introduced himself with a curt bow, "exiled prince of the Iron Hills. And you, halfling, are either very brave or very foolish to follow Scathalor's path." Before Pippin could respond, the air shimmered beside the standing stone, and a woman stepped through what moments before had been empty space. Her robes, midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations, swirled around her as though stirred by winds unfelt by others. Around her neck hung an amulet containing what appeared to be a captured star, its light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. "The halfling follows because he must," she said, her voice carrying the accent of distant rune, "just as we all must. The crown calls to those bound to its fate." "Zora of the Midnight Order," Thorin muttered, his hand not leaving the axe at his belt. "I thought your kind had abandoned Middle-earth for the Shadowlands beyond the eastern deserts." "The Midnight Order goes where the balance is threatened," Zora replied, her dark eyes fixing on Pippin. "And this little one has a greater role to play than even he understands." Pippin clutched his mapping tools closer, suddenly feeling the weight of their attention. "I'm just a cartographer," he protested. "I only followed because the crown sang to your blood," came a fourth voice, rough as broken glass. From the opposite side of the clearing emerged a figure that sent primal fear coursing through Pippin's veins, an orc standing taller than even Zora, his skin not the mottled green of common goblins, but pale as moonlight. Where most of his kind had jagged fangs and malformed features, his face bore an unsettling symmetry, marred only by ritual scars forming patterns across his brow and cheeks. His eyes, amber rather than the usual bloodshot red, regarded Pippin with unsettling intelligence. "Azrukai," he introduced himself, making no move to approach closer, clearly aware of the effect his presence had on the hobbit. Once war chief of the White Hand, now outcast for the crime of seeing truth in dreams. Throughout the night, as they gathered around Pippin's small fire, each told their tale. Thorin sought the crown of Durin to restore his people, driven from the Iron Hills by creatures that emerged from the deepest mines, things that moved like living shadow and spoke with voices that drove dwarves to madness. Zora pursued ancient magic awakening after millennia of dormancy, and Azrukai followed visions that had come to him since abandoning Saruman's service, prophecies of a small one who would unite the sundered world. "And you, Master Took Brandybuck?" Zora asked as the fire burned low. "What drives a hobbit cartographer to pursue a dragon?" Pippin stared into the embers. "My grandfather mapped the halls of Erebor after they were reclaimed." He told me stories of the crown, how it was forged in the First Age from metal not of this world, how it contains knowledge from the dawn of creation. He hesitated, then reached into his waistcoat, withdrawing a small object wrapped in silk. He gave me this before he died. Unwrapping the cloth revealed a small piece of metal no larger than a coin, inscribed with runes identical to those Pippin had glimpsed on the crown. In the firelight, it pulsed with the same azure glow. Thorin's breath caught, a shard of the original crown, before it was reforged. How did your grandfather come by this? He said a dwarf king gave it to him for safekeeping, Pippin replied. Said that someday it might be needed to call the crown home. Their journey eastward took them through lands untraveled by hobbits since the wandering days before the Shire's founding. Pippin mapped as they went, his parchments filling with detailed renderings of forgotten ruins and nameless valleys. Twice they encountered signs of Scathalor's passing, a meadow scorched in a perfect circle, a lake whose waters still steamed days after the dragon had drunk from it. On the 15th day, they entered the domain of the East Farthing Downs, a region of ancient barrows and standing stones that predated even elven memory. Here the air itself felt charged with slumbering power, and at night, lights that were neither stars nor fireflies danced between the weathered monoliths. The dragon nests nearby, Azrukai declared, his nostrils flaring as he scented the wind, in the ruins of Khazad-Vael. Impossible, Thorin growled. Now, Khazad-Vael is a myth, a city said to have been built by Durin himself before even Khazad-dûm was delved. Myths often have roots in truth, Zora observed, her amulet glowing brighter as they advanced through the misty valleys, particularly those most fervently denied. The ruins revealed themselves at sunset, a vast complex carved into the face of a mountain that had been split as though by a giant's axe. Columns taller than the greatest trees supported archways engraved with scenes of dwarf craftsmen working alongside beings of pure light. At the heart of the city stood a domed structure, its surface covered in runes that shifted and changed even as they watched, telling different stories with each passing moment. The forge of memory, Thorin whispered, awe replacing the habitual gruffness in his voice. Where it is said, Durin and the Valar Aule worked side by side to create artifacts of power. Within those hallowed halls, they found Scathalor. The dragon lay curled around a central dais, his massive body forming a living barrier. Upon the platform rested the crown of Durin, its glow illuminating the ancient chamber. As they entered, the dragon's eyes opened, not with the malevolence Pippin had expected, but with ancient weariness. "So," Scathalor rumbled, his voice causing dust to cascade from the ceiling, "the Guardians have assembled at last. A dwarf of royal blood, a mage of the eastern stars, a seer from among the corrupted, and—" His massive head swung toward Pippin. "A rememberer." "Rememberer?" Pippin squeaked, his courage nearly failing in the face of those ancient eyes. One whose bloodline was charged with keeping the memory of what was what is, and what must not come to pass, the dragon explained. Your ancestor, 7 generations removed, witnessed the reforging of this crown. When none among the dwarves proved worthy to bear full knowledge of its purpose, a fragment was entrusted to your line. Thorin stepped forward, his hand still on his axe. The crown belongs to the heirs of Durin. I have come to claim it for my people in their hour of need. The dragon's laugh was like distant thunder. The crown belongs to no one, dwarf prince. It is a key, not a symbol of authority. A key to unlock the prison of one who should remain bound until the unmaking of the world. At that moment, the ground beneath them trembled. From the shadows at the edges of the chamber, figures emerged, creatures of living darkness with eyes like dying stars, their forms constantly shifting between solid and vapor. "The nameless ones stir," Zora gasped, her amulet flaring defensively. "The ancient enemy that predates even Morgoth's fall." "They have followed you," Scathalor accused, rising to his full height. "Used you to find what they have sought for ages uncounted." The shadow creatures converged, not attacking but flowing toward the crown, their essence beginning to coalesce around it. Where they touched the ancient metal, its glow dimmed. "The shard!" the dragon roared at Pippin. "Use what was kept safe." With trembling hands, Pippin withdrew the metal fragment. In proximity to the crown, it blazed like a captured star, the runes matching and completing a sequence that ran around the crown's circumference. Instinctively, Pippin rushed forward, past Thorin's reaching hand and Zora's warning cry. The shadows recoiled from the light of the shard as he pressed it to the empty setting on the crown's face. A harmonic tone rang out, so pure it brought tears to their eyes. The shadow creatures writhed and retreated as the crown's light expanded in a sphere of radiance. In that moment of illumination, Pippin saw the truth, visions flooding his mind of an ancient war before the shaping of Arda, of beings of darkness imprisoned by Durin's craft and Orly's blessing, of the crown forged as both lock and key. The shadows dissipated like mist before strong sunlight, their keening wails fading to silence. When the light subsided, the crown had changed, the shard fully integrated, the whole now pulsing with steady, warm radiance. "A rememberer's touch was needed," Scathalor said softly, settling back around the dais. Neither dwarf nor elf nor man could complete the binding, for all their races were touched by the great conflicts. But hobbits, simple keepers of earth and story, remained untainted. "What happens now?" Pippin asked, feeling strangely hollow after the intensity of the visions. "Now you remember," the dragon replied. "You carry the knowledge of what was prevented here today back to your people. Not as legend or song, but as truth mapped in your heart, as carefully as you map the lands with your charcoals and parchments." "And the crown?" Thorin demanded, though the anger had drained from his voice. "Remains here under my watch, as it has for millennia," Scathalor answered. "Though perhaps with new guardians to share the vigil when my time ends." Pippin did eventually return to the Shire, though not before helping Thorin reclaim the Iron Hills, using knowledge gleaned from the crown's visions. Not before traveling with Zora to the Eastern Sanctums, where the Midnight Order recorded the truth of what had transpired. Not before witnessing Azrukai gather those of his kind, whose minds had cleared after the shadow creatures' banishment. The maps he created during those journeys became legendary, not just for their accuracy, but for the stories hidden in their margins. Tales written in a script that seemed ordinary to most eyes, but revealed deeper truths to those with the wisdom to truly see. And sometimes, on the clearest nights, the hobbits of the East Farthing would glance toward the distant mountains and glimpse what appeared to be a shooting star circling the highest peaks. The more practical among them dismissed it as fancy, but the children of the Took-Brandybuck line knew better. They called it the Dragon's Vigil, and in their dreams they sometimes heard its ancient voice, reminding them of their duty to remember what others had forgotten. Story 3. The morning dew refused to form on the withered leaves of the once magnificent Mallan sapling that Samwise Gamgee had tended for decades. The tree, a gift from the Lady Galadriel herself, had flourished for years in the rich soil of Hobbiton, its silver bark and golden leaves a wonder that drew visitors from as far as Bree. Now it stood as a skeletal harbinger, its branches reaching toward the sky like pleading fingers. Sam pressed his weathered palm against the trunk, feeling for the pulse of life that had always thrummed beneath his fingers. Nothing. Just as he had found nothing in the tomato vines that had shriveled overnight, or in the prize-winning pumpkins that had collapsed into themselves like deflated bladders. Across the Shire, from the rolling hills of Hobbiton to the marshy fields of Buckland, every growing thing was failing despite the most diligent care. "It ain't natural," Sam whispered, his lined face creasing with worry. At 63, he was still hale for a hobbit, his hands strong from decades of coaxing life from soil. But those hands felt useless now against whatever malady spread through the land. That night, as he sat in the warm kitchen of Bag End poring over ancient gardening journals, Sam discovered something curious. In the margins of his old gaffer's notes, hastily scribbled as though meant to be hidden, "When the seeds fail and the roots wither, the last days begin. The primordial waters must be sought beyond the arid Luin, where the ancient guardians keep watch. Remember the lineage of the root wardens." Sam had never heard of root wardens, nor of any primordial waters. But the mention of seeds failing sent a chill through him that even the crackling hearth couldn't dispel. His dreams that night were troubled by visions of a crystal spring nestled between towering blue mountains, its waters glowing with an inner light. Around it gathered creatures neither elf nor dwarf nor man, their forms shifting like smoke as they chanted in a language that made the very air tremble. And behind them all, a shadow grew, stretching grasping tendrils toward the spring. Sam awoke with a start, the first light of dawn barely breaching the round window of his bedroom. The decision came to him not as a thought, but as a certainty, solid as the earth beneath his feet. He would seek these primordial waters. The Shire, no, all of Middle-earth, depended on it. 3 days later, Sam stood at the western borders of the Shire, a pack of provisions on his back and his old gardening knife at his belt. He had left instructions with his daughter Eleanor to care for Bag End, though what good it would do if no plants would grow, he couldn't say. The familiar weight of soil beneath his feet would soon give way to unknown paths. But the alternative, watching helplessly as everything he loved withered away, was unthinkable. "Rather far to wander for a hobbit of your years, Master Gamgee," came a gravelly voice from behind him. Sam whirled around, hand instinctively moving to his knife. A tall figure in grey robes stood there, leaning on a gnarled staff that seemed more walking stick than magical implement. The wizard's beard had more white than grey now, and his eyes carried the weariness of one who has seen too many ages pass. "Gandalf," Sam breathed, relief washing over him. "I thought you'd sailed west with Frodo and the elves." The wizard's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Not all who depart are permitted to remain departed, it seems. Some of us are called back when the need is great." He gestured toward the distant horizon. "And the need, my dear hobbit, has indeed become great." As they made camp that evening, Gandalf revealed what he knew. The withering that afflicted the Shire was spreading across all of Middle-earth. In Gondor, the white tree's leaves had turned black and fallen. In Erin Lasgalen, once known as Mirkwood, the elves reported that even the oldest oaks refused to speak to them. Most troubling of all, the wizard's magic was failing. Spells that once came easily now required immense effort, and some wouldn't work at all. It is as though the very essence of life and magic is being drained from Arda," Gandalf murmured, staring into their small campfire. "An ancient prophecy speaks of such a time, when the world grows weary and begins to shed its enchantments before the final unmaking. "But there must be something we can do," Sam insisted, the stubborn resilience that had carried him through Mordor surfacing once more. "My gaffer's notes mention something called the Primordial Waters beyond the Blue Mountains." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows shot up. "The Waters of Awakening, that is a name I have not heard spoken in an age." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper, though there was no one else to hear. "It is said that when Yavanna first sang life into the plants of Middle-earth, her tears formed a spring of such potency that a single drop could cause a forest to grow from barren stone. The Valar concealed this spring before the coming of elves or men, guarded by creatures older than memory. That's what we need then," Sam said firmly, "a bit of magic water to set things right." Gandalf's laugh held little mirth. "If only it was so simple, my friend. The path to the waters is perilous, and the guardians do not suffer intruders lightly. And there are others who would seek such power for darker purposes." Their journey westward took them through lands Sam had never seen, even during his adventure with Frodo. They skirted the northern boundaries of the Shire, crossed the River Lune, and began the ascent into the Blue Mountains. With each passing day, the signs of the strange malady grew more pronounced. Forests they passed through stood silent, no birdsong or rustling leaves to greet them. Streams ran clear, but somehow lifeless, their fish and water plants gone. On the 7th day, as they made camp in a sheltered valley, they were approached by their third companion. She emerged from the twilight shadows like a dream, her movements as fluid as flowing water. Her eyes, ancient and fathomless, regarded them with cautious interest. "Lariel," Gandalf acknowledged with a respectful nod. "I wondered if the Eldar would send an emissary." The elf maiden inclined her head slightly. "The withering has reached even Valinor, Grey Pilgrim. The Valar themselves are concerned." From within her cloak, she withdrew a slender volume bound in leather so pale it was almost white. "I bring the Book of Unmaking, knowledge forbidden in all but the most dire circumstances." Sam eyed the book warily. "What sort of knowledge?" "The kind that should remain forgotten," Lariel replied, her melodious voice taut with warning. "But we may have need of it before our journey's end." They traveled deeper into the mountains, following paths that seemed to shift and change when not directly observed. Twice they were forced to hide from massive shapes that moved through the valleys below, creatures like walking hills, their features indistinct except for eyes that glowed like molten gold in the darkness. "The Guardians stir," Lariel whispered. As they crouched behind a stone outcropping, "They sense our approach." On the 12th day, they reached a series of caverns that plunged deep into the heart of the mountain. The passages were not rough-hewn like dwarf mines, but smooth and organic, as though the stone itself had flowed like water to form them. Phosphorescent fungi provided ghostly illumination, revealing intricate patterns carved into the walls, patterns that shifted subtly when viewed from different angles. "These markings tell the story of the world's making," Lariel explained, her fingertips tracing symbols that seemed to respond to her touch. "And its eventual unmaking." They descended through chambers vast as cathedrals and tunnels, so narrow they had to proceed single file. The air grew warmer, heavy with moisture and the scent of growing things, an incongruous sensation so deep underground. In the deepest chamber, they found both wonder and horror. The primordial waters lay before them, a pool of liquid light that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Around its edges grew plants unlike any Sam had ever seen, their translucent leaves and crystal flowers emanating a soft radiance. But hovering above the pool was a swirling vortex of shadow, tendrils extending downward to touch the surface of the water, which darkened wherever contact was made. "We are too late," Gandalf breathed, his voice thick with dismay. "The draining has already begun." Lariel opened the forbidden book, its pages emitting a soft silver glow. "It is as the ancient texts feared. The Nameless Ones have found a way to siphon the primal essence of creation itself, the very source of life and magic in Arda." "Who are these Nameless Ones?" Sam demanded, his practical hobbit nature rebelling against such vague threats. "Those who refused the music from the beginning," Gandalf explained grimly. "Neither Valar nor Maya, but entities from the void who seek to unmake what was made, to return all to the nothingness from which they came." As they watched, the shadow vortex pulsed, and throughout the cavern, plants withered and crumbled to dust. Sam felt something crack inside him, the same helpless rage he had experienced watching the Shire suffer under Saruman's mechanizations years ago. "No," he said firmly, stepping forward. "I didn't come all this way to watch everything die." Before Gandalf or Lariel could stop him, Sam approached the pool. The shadow tendrils writhed toward him, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he knelt beside the water, plunging his hands into its luminous depths. Pain and pleasure coursed through him simultaneously, the agony of feeling every dying plant in Middle-earth and the ecstasy of connecting with the source of all growing things. Visions flooded his mind, the first seeds taking root in virgin soil, ancient forests rising and falling through countless ages, the intricate dance of root and stem, leaf and flower, death and rebirth that formed the great cycle of life. And he understood. "It's not about destroying the shadow," he gasped, his voice strained. "It's about remembering the pattern." From his pocket, Sam withdrew a small pouch, seeds from his own garden that had refused to sprout. With hands that now glowed with the same light as the pool, he scattered them across the water's surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the seeds began to germinate before their eyes, sending tiny roots into the liquid light. The shadow vortex convulsed, its tendrils recoiling as though burned. Where the sprouts touched the darkened portions of the pool, light returned. "The cycle cannot be broken," Sam declared, his voice carrying a power that seemed to resonate from the stones themselves. "What was made can wither, but will always be remade anew." The seeds grew with impossible speed, their stems twining together to form a lattice across the pool's surface. Flowers bloomed, not crystal formations like the cavern's strange vegetation, but simple, sturdy blossoms like those that dotted the hills of the Shire. Their roots absorbed the light of the Primordial Waters, but instead of hoarding it, they channeled it outward, sending it racing through the cavern walls and beyond. The shadow vortex shrieked, a sound felt rather than heard, as it was forced upward, away from the pool. In its place, a golden mist rose from the water, spreading through the network of plant stems like blood through veins. "The gardener becomes the garden," Lariel whispered in awe, the forbidden book forgotten in her hands. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff suddenly ablaze with renewed power. "Not destruction, but renewal," he said, understanding dawning on his weathered face. Not an ending, but a new beginning. As the golden mist touched the walls of the cavern, the stone itself seemed to awaken, ancient patterns flaring to life with vibrant color. The mist continued to spread, racing through the mountain passages, out into the valleys beyond, and across the width and breadth of Middle-earth. In its wake, withered plants straightened and flourished once more. Seeds long dormant stirred and pushed through soil toward sunlight, and in the hearts of all growing things, a memory took root, a memory of a humble hobbit gardener whose hands remembered what ancient powers had forgotten. that life persists not through force, but through nurturing, not through domination, but through care. Sam Gamgee eventually returned to the Shire, though the journey back was far less perilous than the journey out. The Malon tree in Hobbiton greeted his return with a riot of golden leaves and silver blossoms, more magnificent than any that had come before. And if his neighbours noticed that plants seemed to lean toward him as he passed, or that his garden yielded fruits and vegetables of extraordinary size and flavour, they attributed it to his already legendary skill rather than to the faint luminescence that sometimes could be glimpsed beneath his skin when twilight fell. For the Primordial, Waters had recognized in this simple gardener something kindred, a soul that understood the deepest truth of creation, that even the smallest hands can tend the mightiest forces, if they do so with love and respect for the great patterns that bind all living things together. Story 4. Blood dripped from Meriadoc Brandybuck's fingers as he stumbled through the mist-shrouded borders of the Shire, the wicker basket he had brought for mushroom gathering long since abandoned. Behind him, shadows moved with unnatural purpose through the ancient trees of the old forest, shadows with gleaming red eyes and blades that whispered of eastern enchantments. The young hobbit's breath came in ragged gasps as he clutched the shallow wound across his chest, more confused than frightened by the strange hunters who had emerged from the dawn fog calling his name in sibilant voices. Halfling with the old blood. We have found you at last. Merry collapsed beneath the spreading branches of a willow tree just as the first rays of sunrise pierced the canopy. His last conscious thought was how peculiar it seemed that the veins in his arms glowed with a faint blue luminescence where his blood had smeared across his skin. He awoke 3 days later in an unfamiliar room, stone walls rising to vaulted ceilings, adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and stars. This was no hobbit dwelling. A tall figure with ageless eyes and silver gold hair sat beside his bed, studying him with an intensity that made Merry instinctively pull the covers higher. "The blood awakens," the elf said simply, his voice melodious yet somber. "Earlier than we expected, though the signs foretold it would be in these darkening days." "Who are you?" Merry asked, his voice a dry croak. "And where am I?" "I am Glorfindel of Rivendell, young Meriadoc. And you are in what remains of Fornost, the ancient capital of Arnor, where the Rangers of the North still maintain watch." The elf's eyes narrowed slightly. "But the more pressing question is who you are, or rather, what your bloodline truly contains." Over the next hours, as strength returned to his limbs, Merry learned a truth that shattered the foundations of his understanding. The shallow wound across his chest had triggered something dormant in his blood, an elven heritage carefully hidden for generations. His ancestor, 14 generations removed, had been no ordinary hobbit, but the child of a forbidden union between a hobbit healer and an elven princess who had sought refuge in the Shire during the dark days when Shadow first returned to Mirkwood. "The blue veins mark those of Silmarillion's line," Glorfindel explained, pointing to the now visible network of luminous blue traces that mapped themselves beneath the skin of Merry's forearms. Her father was of Thingol's house, her power great but unpredictable. The mingling of elven and halfling blood was unexpected in its effects. Merry stared at his arms in wonder and dismay. "But I'm just a hobbit from Buckland. I've never done anything remarkable in my life." Glorfindel's laugh was like clear water over stone. The most remarkable tales often begin with such protestations. As days passed in the hidden stronghold, Merry met others who had come in answer to ancient summons and troubling signs. Durin, an exiled dwarf prince whose clan had been driven from their mountain halls by creatures speaking in strange tongues. Halbarad, a grim-faced ranger whose knowledge of the eastern lands was unmatched. And most surprising of all, Gorkil, an orc who walked in daylight without pain, his skin bearing the pale markings of one who had broken free from the Shadow's dominion. "They come from Rhûn," Gorkil rasped one evening as they gathered around ancient maps in the fortress hall. His claw-like finger traced the eastern lands beyond the Sea of Rhûn. "The Variags have united under a new lord who wields weapons forged in fires kindled from the embers of Morgoth's ancient forges. They call him the Mind Taker, for his blades do not just cut flesh but bind will." "How have you escaped his influence?" Merry asked, still uncomfortable in the presence of a creature he had been raised to fear. The orc's eyes, amber rather than the customary red, fixed on him with unexpected clarity. Some chains were already broken before new ones could be forged. He tapped his temple. "The she-elf who helped me break Sauron's hold said my mind would be forever closed to outside mastery." Halbarad unrolled an older, more fragile parchment. "There are ancient prophecies that speak of a time when the free peoples would face a threat from within rather than without, when wills would be turned and brother would fight brother." His weathered finger pointed to a faded illustration showing a sword with runes along its blade. "And of a weapon that could sever such bindings." "Narsillion," Glorfindel whispered, the elvish word hanging in the air like music. "The sister blade to Narsil, forged by the same hand but with a different purpose. Where Narsil cut the ring from Sauron's hand, Narsillion was made to cut the invisible bonds of domination." "And where is this mighty blade?" Durin demanded, his deep voice echoing against the stone walls. "We're hidden in the ruins of Annúminas," the elf replied, "in a chamber that can only be opened by one who carries mixed blood, neither fully of one kind nor another." All eyes turned to Merry, who shrank back in his chair. "I'm not a hero," he protested. "I'm not even a proper hobbit anymore, it seems." "Perhaps," Glorfindel said gently, "that is precisely why you are needed." Their journey to the ruined city beside Lake Evendim was fraught with peril. Twice they were ambushed by scouting parties from the east, warriors with blank eyes and curved blades that gleamed with unnatural blue fire. The first attack came as they crossed the Weather Hills, the second as they forded the Brandywine far north of Hobbit settlements. It was during the second skirmish that Merry discovered another aspect of his mixed heritage. As a Variag warrior cornered him against the riverbank, the Hobbit felt something stir within his blood, a power both foreign and familiar. The world seemed to slow around him as his perception sharpened, every detail of his surroundings crystallizing with elven clarity. Moving with unexpected grace, he ducked beneath the warrior's blade and disarmed him with a precision that left even Glorfindel wide-eyed. "The blood of Silmarillion indeed," the elf murmured afterward. But her line was ever gifted with foresight in battle, the ability to perceive the flow of combat before it unfolds. Merry stared at his hands, both familiar and strange to him now. Will I become less hobbit and more elf as time passes? Glorfindel placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You will become more truly yourself, neither one nor the other, but something unique and necessary. The ruins of Annúminas rose beside the vast lake like the skeleton of a magnificent beast. Once grand towers, now broken fingers reaching toward the sky. As they made their way through overgrown courtyards and fallen colonnades, Merry felt a strange resonance, as though the very stones recognized something in his blood. In what once had been the throne room, they found a circular door set into the floor, its surface inscribed with intertwining patterns of stars and leaves, mountains and rivers. "The emblems of all free peoples," Halbarad explained, kneeling beside it. "Elves, men, dwarves, and yes, even hobbits, though the craftsman who made this door would have known them as halflings." At the center of the door was a small depression shaped like a hand, too large for a hobbit, too small for a man or elf. "It awaits one who is between," Glorfindel said quietly. With trembling fingers, Merry placed his hand in the depression. For a moment, nothing happened. Then blue light spread from his fingertips, tracing the patterns across the door like flowing water. The circular stone rotated slowly, revealing a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. Below, in a chamber untouched by time, they found Narcilian resting upon a pedestal of crystal. Unlike its brother blade, this sword was slender and slightly curved, its metal seemingly fluid even in solid form. Runes along its surface shifted and changed as light played across them. "The binder and breaker of wills," Glorfindel translated, "forged to cut what cannot be seen." When Merry reluctantly reached for the hilt, the sword responded to his touch, the metal warming and reshaping itself subtly to fit his hand, larger than a hobbit knife but smaller than a man's sword. "It recognizes you," Durin breathed in awe. Their return journey was a desperate race against time. Word had reached them through Halbarad's kin that the armies of Rhûn had already crossed the Brown Lands and approached the borders of Rohan, their advanced scouts wielding their ensorcelled weapons to turn village after village to their cause without battle. It was near the ruins of Tharbad that they faced their greatest challenge. A full company of Variag warriors, led by a tall figure in ornate armor, whose face was hidden behind a mask of intricate metal, blocked the ford of the Grey Flood. "The Mind-Taker himself," Gorkil hissed, shrinking back among the reeds. What followed was a battle unlike any recorded in the annals of Middle-earth. As his companions engaged the Variag warriors, Merry found himself facing their master. The Mind-Taker's sword glowed with baleful energy as he struck, not to kill but to dominate. "Your mixed blood makes you vulnerable, halfling," the masked figure intoned, his voice seeming to echo directly in Merry's thoughts. "Neither fully one kind nor another, you have no complete protection." But what the Mind-Taker failed to understand was that Merry's dual nature was not weakness, but strength. As the ensorcelled blade sought to bind his will, the hobbit felt both sides of his heritage responding, the sturdy hobbit resistance to outside domination and the elven ability to perceive the invisible threads of power. Narcilian sang in his hand as he raised it, not against the Mind-Taker's physical form, but against the webs of domination that extended from him to his followers. The sword cut through magic as a normal blade cuts through silk, severing the bonds that held the Variag warriors in thrall. One by one, the blank-eyed soldiers stumbled and blinked, awareness returning to their faces, horror dawning as they realized what they had become. The Mind-Taker screamed, a sound of rage and disbelief as his power unraveled around him. In the aftermath, as the freed Variags told their tales of enslavement, messengers were dispatched to all corners of Middle-earth, carrying warnings and the knowledge of how to resist the mind-binding weapons. Narcilian remained with Merry, for the blade had bound itself to him as surely as he had bound himself to this quest. "What now?" he asked Glorfindel as they stood upon the banks of the Brandywine, the borders of the Shire visible in the distance. "And I'm neither fully hobbit nor elf. Where do I belong?" The ancient elf smiled, his eyes reflecting starlight even in daylight. "Perhaps your purpose is not to belong fully to either world, but to stand between them, a bridge when bridges are most needed." And so Meriadoc Brandybuck returned to the Shire, but not to hide his heritage. Instead, he established a dwelling on the very borders of the old forest, a place where travelers of all races might find safe harbor. The blue veins in his arms no longer frightened him, but reminded him of the unique gift he carried, the legacy of two worlds that had come together in unlikely harmony. In later years, when Shadow threatened to return to Middle-earth, it was to this peculiar hobbit's door that messengers would come first, seeking the wisdom of one who understood that strength often lies not in purity of bloodline, but in the unique perspective that comes from standing between worlds, seeing with the eyes of both, and belonging fully to neither. Story 5. The ancient willow tree at the edge of Hobbiton wept tears of amber sap on the morning everything changed. Lila Baggins stood beneath its drooping branches, her small hobbit hands pressed against its weathered bark, her eyes closed in concentration. Unlike other hobbits, who concerned themselves with meals and merriment, Lila possessed a gift both wondrous and strange. She could hear the whispers of growing things. "What troubles you, old friend?" she murmured, her hazel eyes opening with concern. The tree's lament flowed through her fingertips, a song of sorrow unlike anything she had heard before. All across the Shire, gardens withered despite tender care, crops failed without reason, and an unseasonable chill hung in the air, even as summer reached its zenith. The willow's answer came not in words, but in impressions, shadows stretching from the east, roots trembling deep beneath the earth, and a name that rustled like autumn leaves, Erindor. Lila withdrew her hand as though burned. The name echoed in her mind, ancient and powerful, a summons from beyond the borders of the Shire that no respectable hobbit would heed. Yet she knew with bone-deep certainty that ignoring this call would bring doom, not just to her beloved homeland, but to all of Middle-earth. That evening, as fireflies danced outside her round window and neighbors prepared for their fourth meal of the day, Lila packed a small leather satchel with herbs, tinctures, and her grandmother's journal, a tome filled with plant lore and strange marginal notes about guardians and the old accord. Just before dawn, she slipped away from Bag End, leaving only a hastily scrawled note explaining that she had urgent business in the east. The first 3 days of travel passed without incident, though each step that took her farther from home filled her with dread and exhilaration in equal measure. On the 4th day, as she made camp beneath the eaves of the Weather Hills, a low rumble disturbed her sleep. The ground itself seemed to tremble with warning. "Rather far from home, aren't you, little gardener?" came a gravelly voice from the shadows. Lila clutched her walking stick, heart hammering against her ribs. "Who goes there?" From the darkness emerged a dwarf, his beard braided with metal clasps bearing runes that glimmered in the moonlight. His eyes held the weariness of one who has seen too much sorrow. "Thrain, son of Borin," he said with a curt bow, "master architect of the Eastern Delving, or I was, before my folly awakened what should have remained sleeping." "What do you mean?" Lila asked, lowering her stick but keeping her distance. The dwarf settled heavily beside her campfire, the light casting deep shadows across his face. "We dug too deep beneath the roots of greenwood. Found a chamber older than dwarf memory, sealed with silver bindings and warnings in a script none could read." His voice dropped to a whisper. "We broke the seals. For Mithril, we broke them." That night, Thrain told her of the strange withering that had begun in the mines and spread to the forest above, a malady that had driven him to seek answers in ancient dwarf holds. His quest had led him west, after dreams of a small figure with hands that could speak to the earth itself. "The trees of greenwood cry out for aid," Lila said, sharing what the willow had revealed. "Situ, something called Erindor stirs. The dwarf's face paled. That name is whispered in our oldest songs, a fallen Maya who chose redemption over darkness, but whose power was too great to be left unchecked. Their unlikely alliance formed under the watching stars, bonded by the knowledge that they shared responsibility for what was to come. By the 10th day of their journey, as they crossed the windswept plains beyond Bree, they encountered their third companion, a rider from Rohan, his golden hair tangled and eyes wild with lack of sleep. Elfric, he named himself, a warrior haunted by nightly visions of a forest consumed by ghostly flames that burned without heat. 7 nights I have dreamed of a small one with earth-blessed hands, he told them, dismounting from his foam-flecked steed. 7 nights I have seen the Ancient One stirring beneath root and stone. The seers of my people say the dreams are not dreams at all, but a calling. Together they journeyed eastward, an unlikely fellowship drawn by forces beyond their understanding. They spoke little during the long days of travel, each lost in private fears and doubts. At night, when they made camp, Lila would press her palms to the soil and listen to the earth's growing distress. The whispers were becoming screams as they approached the western border of Greenwood, once called Mirkwood in darker days. The air grew thick with tension. The forest loomed before them, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. Where once the wood had been restored to health after the fall of the shadow, now a creeping sickness visibly spread from its heart, leaves curling and blackening, birds absent from its eaves. At the forest's edge, they were met by their final companion, a figure so unexpected that even battle-hardened Elfric reached for his sword. An Ent, tall as 3 men and ancient as the mountains, regarded them with eyes deep as forest pools. Unlike the trees around him that drooped with illness, he remained vibrant, though sorrow marked his weathered features. "From whom?" His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Small ones come at last." "Root Speaker has heard our call." His gaze settled on Lila, who felt suddenly very small indeed. "I am Barkstrider, guardian of the western glades. The others have fallen into slumber or madness as the old one stirs." "Can you guide us to this Erindor?" Thrain asked, craning his neck to look up at the massive being. "The path is perilous, Rootbreaker," the Ent replied, his voice hardening as he addressed the dwarf. "Of your kind began this awakening, but yes, I shall guide you to the Heartgrove, where the prison weakens." For 7 days they traveled deeper into the ailing forest. Lila felt the pain of every withering plant, every struggling tree. At night, she would often wake gasping, her dreams filled with a presence both terrifying and infinitely sad, a being of light and song trapped in endless darkness. On the 8th day, they reached a clearing unlike any other in the forest. At its center stood a massive oak, its trunk wider than a hobbit hole, its branches reaching toward the sky in twisted supplication. Unlike the surrounding trees, it glowed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat, but the light was sickly, tainted with shadow. "The prison tree," Barkstrider intoned. "Forged in the First Age to contain what could not be destroyed." As they approached, the air grew thick with power. Lila felt drawn to the massive oak, her gift resonating with the ancient magic that suffused the clearing. Pressing her palms against the bark, she gasped as visions flooded her mind, a being of light and fire, brother to darkness itself, choosing to turn from shadow. A desperate council of Eldar and Maiar constructing a living prison to contain power too vast to roam free. Millennia of patient waiting as the world changed beyond its wooden walls. And then, the sudden shock of dwarvish picks breaking ancient wards, the slow unraveling of bindings meant to last until the unmaking of the world. "He doesn't mean to harm," Lila whispered, tears streaming down her face. The consumption of life. It's not malice, but desperation. He's trying to rebuild his form, but has forgotten how after so long imprisoned. Intent matters little if the result is the death of the forest, Elfric said grimly, hand on his sword hilt. Thrain nodded in agreement. We must end this, even if it means destroying what was meant to be contained. But Lila shook her head, a certainty blooming within her. Our destruction is not always the answer to fear. She reached into her satchel, fingers closing around her grandmother's journal. Pages fell open to markings she had never understood, until now. My family, she said wonderingly. We were chosen, guardians, the journal calls us. A lineage of hobbits tasked with remembering what others forgot, that redemption requires guidance, not just punishment. With trembling hands, she removed a small pouch of seeds her grandmother had instructed her never to plant, but always to carry. These are the seeds of remembering, she explained, or grown in the gardens of the Valar themselves and passed down through generations of my family. Before her companions could stop her, Lila approached the massive oak. The air around it shimmered with power, and for a moment they glimpsed what was contained within, a being of light and shadow, beautiful and terrible, reaching out in confused agony. I am the root speaker, Lila declared, her small voice steady in the face of ancient power. And do I come to remind you of your choice, Erindor, not to destroy, but to guide. She planted the seeds in a circle around the prison tree, her hands working with the practiced efficiency of a lifetime spent in gardens. As each seed touched the soil, it immediately sprouted, growing into luminous silver flowers that connected to one another with threads of light. The clearing filled with song, not hobbit song or even elvish melody, but something older, a music of making and unmaking. The prison tree shuddered, its bark cracking to reveal blinding light within. For a terrible moment, Lila feared she had made a catastrophic mistake, that she had released destruction upon the world. Then the light coalesced, taking form as a being neither male nor female, its radiance dimming to a glow that no longer pained mortal eyes. Erindor stood before them, reborn, not as the creature of devastating power that had been imprisoned, but as a guardian of balance. Little one, the Maya addressed Lila, its voice like wind through summer leaves. You have done what the wise could not, remembered that redemption is a journey, not a destination. In the days that followed, life returned to Greenwood. The trees straightened, leaves unfurled in vibrant green, and birds returned to nest in restored branches. Erindor, guided by the circle of remembering, channeled its power not to consume, but to heal the damage its awakening had caused. When at last Lila returned to the Shire, she brought with her seeds blessed by a power older than the world, and the knowledge that sometimes the smallest hands can accomplish what the wise and powerful cannot. For in the gardens of Bag End now grow flowers unlike any other in Middle-earth, their silver petals catching moonlight like memories of stars, whispering secrets of balance and redemption to any who know how to listen. And sometimes, on nights when the moon is full, those with keen eyes might glimpse a tall figure walking among the fields of the Shire, not menacing but protective, guarding the small folk who reminded a fallen power how to be a light in the darkness once more. Story 6. In the shadow of the misty mountains, where the morning fog clung to thatched roofs like ghostly fingers, lived a hobbit unlike any other. Pippin Greendale possessed a gift both wondrous and strange, a voice that could tame the wildest of beasts. The folk of Underhill spoke of how sparrows would alight upon his shoulders when he hummed, how wolves would lie docile at his feet when he sang, and how even the most territorial badgers would abandon their fury at the sound of his whispered words. Such talents, however extraordinary, seemed of little consequence in a world where hobbits valued comfort over adventure and predictability over magic. That was until the earth began to tremble. It started as a distant rumble that rattled teacups in their saucers and sent ripples across the placid surface of Clearwater Pond. 3 days hence, a raven with eyes like polished obsidian arrived at Pippin's garden gate, bearing a message sealed with emerald wax, the mark of the Council of the Wise. "The sleeper of Ravenspire stirs," read the elegant script. "The kingdoms prepare for war. Your gift is needed, Whisperer." Pippin's hands trembled as he read the words. Ravenspire, the tallest peak of the Lonely Mountains, where legends claimed an ancient dragon had slumbered for centuries beneath scales hardened like diamond and a heart burning with the fury of 1,000 forges. The summons led him to Crystal Holm, the hidden city carved within a mountain where the council gathered. 12 figures in robes of midnight blue sat in a perfect circle, their faces illuminated by floating orbs of pale blue light. "Over 700 years, Farileth the Golden has slept," intoned Lady Aelinor, eldest of the council. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a frozen waterfall. "Now she awakens, and with her, the threat of dragonfire upon our lands. The kingdoms of men sharpen their spears and string their bows, preparing for slaughter." "And what would you have me do?" Pippin asked, his voice barely above a whisper in the cavernous chamber. "I am but a hobbit who speaks to garden creatures and woodland beasts. The ancient texts speak of those with the voice, mortals who could commune with Dracakin," replied Lady Aelinor. "We believe your gift may be the last echo of that forgotten magic. We would have you approach Farileth before the armies march, to seek understanding where others seek only blood." "You would send him to his death," came a sharp voice from the shadows. A woman stepped forward, tall and severe, with eyes the color of thunderclouds and hair as black as a starless night. A silver amulet in the shape of a dragon's claw hung at her throat. Dragons cannot be reasoned with. They cannot be tamed. "Gandira the Grey speaks from experience," said Lady Aelinor. "She has studied the dragon lore longer than any living scholar. Then she should know better than to send a halfling to negotiate with a monster," growled another voice. A dwarf emerged from behind a column, his beard braided with iron beads, his arms thick as tree trunks and crossed over his broad chest. A battle-axe hung on his back, its edge gleaming wickedly in the ethereal light. "My grandfather and his entire clan were reduced to ash when Morgoth the Black descended upon our halls. I, Thorin Ironheart, say we strike first and without mercy. And that is precisely why neither of you can be trusted with this task alone," said Lady Aelinor, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade through silk. "You shall accompany Pippin Greendale to Ravenspire, one with knowledge, one with strength, and one with the gift to bridge worlds." Thus began a journey that would take them through the whispering woods, where trees bent to listen to secrets carried on the wind, across the Silvermere, whose waters were said to reflect glimpses of possible futures, and finally to the foothills of the Lonely Mountains, where the air grew thin and tasted of metal and magic. They made an unlikely trio, Pippin with his unruly auburn curls and bright green eyes that missed nothing, Gandira with her staff of twisted blackthorn and her vast knowledge locked behind a fortress of skepticism, and Thorin, whose hatred of dragons was matched only by his grudging loyalty to the oath he had sworn to the council. On the 7th day of their journey, they discovered the ruins of Drakeholm, an ancient temple whose walls were inscribed with images of humans and dragons living in harmony. Gandira's fingers traced the weathered carvings with unusual tenderness. "The histories lie," she whispered, more to herself than to her companions. Before the great sundering, dragons were guardians, not destroyers. What changed them? Pippin asked, his curiosity overcoming his natural caution. Gandira hesitated, her eyes darting to Thorin, who was examining a fallen column with feigned interest. "The Heart of Fire," she finally said, "an artifact forged by the High Elves during the Shadow Wars. It was created to bind dragons to the elven will, to transform them into weapons of war. But its magic was flawed. It twisted their nature, filled them with insatiable greed and unquenchable rage. Convenient tales to excuse the nature of monsters," Thorin muttered. But there was uncertainty in his voice as he gazed upon the peaceful scenes depicted in stone. That night, as they camped beneath the stars, Gandira slipped away, believing her companions asleep. Pippin, whose hobbit ears missed little, followed at a distance. In a moonlit clearing, he watched as she removed her amulet and whispered words in an ancient tongue. The silver claw glowed with inner fire, and for an instant Pippin saw her silhouette transform, elongate and shimmer with scales that caught the moonlight like precious gems. "You should not have followed me," Gandira said without turning, her voice deeper, resonant with power that had not been there before. "You're one of them," Pippin said, understanding dawning. "A dragon knight. The last," she corrected, facing him with eyes that now gleamed gold in the darkness. "My ancestors were chosen to bond with dragons, to share their magic and serve as bridges between our kinds. When the Heart of Fire corrupted the dragons, we fought to protect them, to find a cure. We failed." The revelation brought new understanding to their quest, and when they reached the base of Ravenspire 3 days later, Pippin felt the weight of centuries of misunderstanding upon his shoulders. The entrance to the dragon's lair was a massive cavern mouth, its edges smooth as if melted by tremendous heat. Sulphurous steam rose from cracks in the stone, and the ground was littered with the bleached bones of creatures both large and small. "Remember," Gandira whispered, "speak with respect but not fear. Dragons sense terror as sharks sense blood in water." Pippin nodded, his throat dry as parchment. Thorin gripped his axe handle, knuckles white, torn between his oath and his hatred. They had taken no more than 20 steps into the cavern when the darkness ahead shifted. Golden light bloomed like sunrise, revealing not one, but 7 enormous shapes. Dragons of every hue, crimson, sapphire, emerald, silver, obsidian, bronze, and at their center, a dragon of pure gold uncurled from their slumber, their scales scraping against stone like 1,000 swords being unsheathed at once. "Visitors!" rumbled Faraleth the Golden, her voice like thunder rolling across distant mountains. "How unexpected!" Pippin stepped forward, calling upon the gift that had always come so naturally with lesser creatures. Yet before he could utter a word, a tremor more violent than any before shook the mountain to its foundations. "The awakening ritual," Gandira gasped, her amulet flaring with warning light. "It's begun." Far below, in chambers forgotten by all but the most dedicated servants of darkness, the cult of the eternal flame worked their forbidden magic. 13 black-robed figures stood in a circle around an obsidian altar, upon which rested a pulsing object the size of a man's heart, glowing with malevolent crimson energy, the Heart of Fire. At its touch, the mountain's deepest foundation cracked, and something stirred in the abyss, something vast and ancient and terrible. Scatha, the worm, greatest of all dragons, was awakening. The 7 dragons sensed the disturbance, their massive heads turning as one toward the source of the magic that had once enslaved them. "The corruptor returns," hissed Faraleth, her golden scales bristling. "Are the magic that stole our true nature." In that moment of crisis, Pippin found his voice, not in words, but in a melody, a song without language that resonated with something primal and pure. It rose above the rumbling of the mountain, above the hiss of steam and the scrape of scales, a song of understanding and empathy that reached across the divide between species. One by one, the dragons grew still, their ancient eyes fixed upon the small hobbit with wonder. Even Thorin lowered his axe, transfixed by the unearthly beauty of the song. When at last Pippin fell silent, Farelith lowered her enormous head until her eye, large as a carriage wheel and gleaming with intelligence beyond mortal comprehension, was level with the hobbit. "Little whisperer," she said, her voice gentler now, though still thrumming with power, "you have reminded us of what we once were, what we might be again." Gandira stepped forward, her amulet glowing brighter than ever. "The heart of fire corrupted your kind once. Now the cult seeks to use it to control Skatha and bring ruin to all lands. Then we must destroy it," Farelith declared, "and reclaim our true legacy." Thorin, his face a battleground of conflicting emotions, finally spoke. "If what you say is true, if dragons were once guardians rather than destroyers, then perhaps my vengeance has been misplaced. There will be time for reconciliation," Gandira said urgently. "But first, we must stop the awakening." As Skatha's roar echoed from the depths, shaking dust from the cavern ceiling, the unlikely alliance prepared for battle. A hobbit with the gift of understanding, a dwarf reconsidering his lifelong hatred, a woman carrying the legacy of two worlds, and 7 dragons rediscovering their forgotten purpose. Against the corrupting power of the Heart of Fire stood the most powerful magic of all, the ability to listen, to understand, and to change. For in that moment, Pippin Greendale, the dragon whisperer of Underhill, had done what armies and heroes could not. He had bridged the chasm between worlds long divided, and in doing so, rekindled a flame of hope thought long extinguished. And as they descended together into the mountain's heart, the real battle, not just for survival, but for truth and redemption, was about to begin.